over here. Thank you, Flynn. Alcabrine. Flynn, you say you've started Duels of the Roses, and there's not a lot I can do to help you with that. I warned you, I gave you alternatives, and now you have to play the hand that you have dealt yourself. How's everybody doing? Quite literally. What was the clue for this? Even though it doesn't count the stun game. It's weird, even as Yu-Gi-Oh! Games go. Cross the rainbow, then follow the drops of blood to the royal garden. Cross the rainbow. Alright. Let's see how long we can go for today. Gonna be honest with you, Flame, best idea for Kudelka is probably to just look it up. Like, Shadow Hearts ultimately is pretty redeemable. Very far around history, yeah. Shadow Hearts is ultimately redeemable, and Kudelka has an interesting story and premise, and it all feels interesting, but playing it, the amount of grinding it requires is not a good idea. Yeah. It's also crazy how early the disc change comes. Oh. This thing has a lot of health. I mean, it's why we end with the hammer kick. If only we could get lightning around it, it'd be just, like, perfect. Agile. That's a lot of health. I'll be honest with you, Flame, I'm not feeling great. Throat's been sore all day. And, like, in the last half hour, I've started to feel dizzy. So we're going to be sat down for this stream. Oh, sweet. Ideally not move too much. Okay, so red is progress. If we take the idea of following the steps of the rainbow, going through, starting at red, moving down. The gradient, red to yellow to what? There's a bit in the Justice League, the New Frontier movie, based on the comic book, where the Flash stops a bomb threat. It's set in, like, the 50s. The entire point of the story is it's set in the 50s, Justice League in the 50s. Flash stops a bomb threat, and the FBI question him because he's wearing red, that he might be a communist. But the only one of the first set that leads us forward is red. Presumably the... Book of Rituals means keep following red after you've done the standard trial, which would presumably be the rainbow. So we went with yellow, which would be the next step on the rainbow from red. Now this one doesn't make a whole lot of sense. Purple would be on the opposite spectrum, the opposite direction. Yellow's the same thing. Blue didn't work, so... go with purple. So it's red, yellow, yellow. I appreciate that this reptile monster is wearing pants. Fascinating. Okay, so then it was yellow. Or orange, I guess. Right, the last one was orange, so this would be yellow. Alright. And then from yellow comes green. It's a good thing I'm not colorblind. Green comes cyan. Uh-oh. Hello. It is a good feeling working out these puzzles based on such abstract clues, and then using whatever deduction you can actually take to work them out and it'd be right. But, like, the train of logic for it in this game has been so weird sometimes. Like, you can understand the train of logic, but it's... what would be the word? Unorthodox, maybe? I don't know. Yu-Gi-Oh! Your move! Ongoing. The last was cyan, I believe. Which would mean straight blue. You could petrify it, I'd really appreciate that. Nice. Give that orphan a raise. Alright, so blue. Purple. Or violet, I guess. Ah. Cross the rainbow, then follow the drops of blood to the royal garden. Abstract. Like, very abstract. So how's System Shock going for you, Flame? It doesn't work. Why? Do what's downstairs first, maybe? The only person I know would be able to give it a proper comparison between the remake and the original would be Teak. This Teak's the only person I know who played through the original all the way. You might be like, but Chrono, you haven't played through the original all the way? I thought you played everything. It's like, I was not a PC gamer in '94. Of course, I haven't played the original System Shock all the way. I feel like it was 94. Other way. Yeah. Light and dark in her. This giant evil cross in the center doesn't mean anything. Ah. Okay. Now follow the trail of blood. Drops of blood. Go red. Hmm. That's interesting, because that means that's just straight up wrong this time. The Bane said there were 3 pathways. Do we have to do 2 rainbow sets before we do blood? I wonder. Flame, did you just decide on getting a PSP? Can't petrify me, I'm protected by Christ. Alright. So it's purple then. What's going on with this? This can be one of those where you've just got to straight up leave the entire area. Let's try that. There isn't actually an inn here, is there? I want to see about just grabbing a load of mana seeds as well, because they'll be good for outside of battle healing. I can't believe this place doesn't have an inn. I feel like calling it cash is... It's definitely a way of like, okay, so the money's going to be universal despite traveling across the real world. But I wonder if it's also so like we don't have to look up what currencies these areas used in these time periods. Doesn't make any sense. It says something different now. What? Controller of the rainbow, go backwards like a devil. Follow the royal guard into the drops of blood. Two major continental empires. That'd be the Ottoman Empire and Austria-Hungarian Empire. Maybe Russia? This be after the fall of Russian nobility? Hmm. Right. I'll be honest with you, I'm not entirely sure when the Ottoman Empire fell. It is pre-Russian Revolution, thank you. Alright, so let's try and work this out. Alright. Violets replaced by tiger lilies. Is that to say I've done that one, but this one's different? Go backwards like a devil. The Royal Garden to the Drops of Blood. How you doing, Ben? Nice. I'm doing my best, but I'm not doing great. Alright, there it is. Why didn't this work before? Green. Green. For any particular reason, Bane, or would that be a spoiler? Okay. So far, it's not been an issue beyond just the god dang it nature, which fortunately I worked out quickly enough so we didn't spend ages on it. Like, if I hadn't checked that book again... Green. Yellow. If I hadn't checked that book again, we would not have found it. Right, alright. It's like I say, some of the puzzles this game's had, including this one, you can understand the logic once you're going along that train of thought, but it's so abstract to begin with. Like, actually starting along that train of thought is kind of a crapshoot. Wasted time and perseverance, yeah. Last one was yellow, so the next one will be orange. I'm probably just fortunate that I figured it out quickly. Maybe I'm just in the right headspace for this kind of nonsense. And red. I absolutely appreciate the convenience of game FAQs, but I always hate resorting to using them. Sometimes it's a failure on my part, sometimes it's a failure on the game's part. Hey, how you doing, Lena? Walter is John Goodman's character, isn't it? Not greatly, you know. Not great. But we persevere. So if it's John Goodman's character, it's probably kind of a lower... Maybe a growly whisper. Forget it, Tommy. Grab your element. John Goodman has like a really nice baritone to his voice that I absolutely do not have. And I was looking at it, I was thinking, like, it's got to be like, without the water bit, like, oh yeah, that'll be like a New Jersey accent or a Boston accent. Hopefully it's just like a passing thing. As I said, my throat doesn't feel great. I've started to feel dizzy in the last hour or so. My body feels kind of achy. We'll see if that clears up over the course of the stream. Hopefully. But fortunately, streaming is something that doesn't require me to move that much. Loud and aggressive on for that scene. Forget it, Donnie! You're out of your element! I always feel like part of the problem with stuff like this is my accent generally has a thing with T's. It's something you'll hear about Northern English accents generally, anyway, that we don't do the T's so much. And you'll hear that more in like accents from a little further north, where the T's might be t. Or it's like when I say beautiful, and it's usually beautiful. Try you an excuse accent? Get it, Donny. You're out of your element. It's not. I don't think that's excuse. Is it excuse? I don't think that's excuse. Boys from the dwarf. Get it, Donny. You're out of your element. That might have been better. Let's just continue with this, shall we? Oh, it's another one of these. I'm not happy about that. Hello. Didn't think I'd be fighting Jesus. Seraphim, it says. Too far north. Alright. Let's see how you deal with a punch. Goodness. See how you deal with magic. Alright, so magic's good. When he says that whole thing, Mother give me power, it sounds like that one Gundam line that was kind of a minor anime meme. Can't remember like the specifics of it, but it ends in like shining finger. Take this. My love, my anger, and all of my sorrow. Shining finger! Something like that. That's a lot of damage.
Mother, give me power!
Okay. Regular healing. Ain't the best song in the world, or I'll eat your cells. Oh god, he has this as well. This is going to take a while, isn't it? So this is Seraphim. The one in the cave temple was Cherubim. Where is it? Soul Benediction? There it is. Ugh. Yeah. This attack has a pretty small good radius. Well. Perfect. I need to remember to get that as a sound alert. Maybe we'll see Intelligent Cube or Kuroshi final next year. Is he almost dead already? Surprised at that. The Cherubim took way longer, took way more damage. And the Seraphim is a higher class of angel. Good. Hmm. Genuinely surprising. Hmm. Is that it? I don't even get an item off you? Howard. Down here with your 6 wings, not even offering anything. Did he offer something and I just didn't notice it? Hmm. Read the erotic and trade it with Roger. Alright. Alright. So you said there were 3 pathways. Presumably this will be the drops of blood. Hmm. Alright. You did say there were 3 pathways, didn't you? Top this off with Roger, I guess. Hello. Brought you a sports almanac. Now go back to the ancient ruins. Alright. Alright. Looking for the Stone of Rebirth. Yeah. Right, so that's what colours to take. Clearly. Yeah, this is super guy, dang it. Stupid. Alright. Off we go. Alright, so... Yellow, orange... We'll see. Okay. I was muted for that. The leaves on an old forest would have turned orange. What I was saying. I don't do back attacks. Once I have the stone, I can fight the Seraphic Grade. Alright. And then we can do the final dungeon. God damn it. Yeah, so the old forest is just gonna be green. Ain't gonna be blue. Royal Garden. So Royal's gotta be blue, right? Royal blue? That's a leap. That's a leap of logic. That wasn't even right, god damn it. Up. Alright, so yellow, red, green. So when it said pools of blood, and previous ones must have been where I start and where I end, rather than just following a track that's all red. I don't know when I'm going to get to Persona 4. Purple, maybe? Royal Garden. Like, blue makes sense for that. Purple doesn't. Because it's royal blue, right? Might be worth just starting Persona 4 in my own time. But which version? I mean, my plan was for the stream to do OG Persona 4 and then do Golden, but treat Golden as like a New Game Plus. And I could just have a New Game Plus save ready for that. So I could just do Persona 4 Golden now. And it'll be ready in like the 3 years time when I get to it. Yeah, that's it. Royal Garden. Blue, red, blue. The deep blue of the ocean. The red of blood. Cyan of the sky. Pale blue. And rebirth. Ugh. Yeah, my original intention with it though was to like pay very close attention to what our stats are at the end of a Persona 4 playthrough, and then use a save editor to make a New Game Plus save on the PC version of Persona 4 Golden, so we have those stats specifically. Possibly also those social links. I don't know. But I did find that New Game Plus playthrough of Digital Devil Saga to be far less engaging. Ultra mysterious. Can't open it anymore. Different words suggesting that we are just straight done. Here we go. Surprised it's not here. Oh, it is here. Because this thematically would make the most sense. Well, you've done kind of a poor job of it then, haven't you? Right, so the most dire and desperate moment, you actually did do something, alright. You'll gain ultimate power, which you will not have in the sequel. Because that's how these things work. I mean, if I go into the final dungeon, if I go into the float and climb to the top of it and straight up do the fusion with Seraphic Radiance, won't Albert Simon be surprised? And that would be funny. Here we go. Classic Star Trek, like, the original series is just genuinely good. It's hokey, but, like, there's genuine... God damn it. There's genuine quality to it. Well, now I've got a heal, don't I? Hey, how you doing, Nelson? "20 episodes, you couldn't get into it." I will say, one thing I do really appreciate about it, and Next Generation as well, is that in contrast with modern TV, it's single standalone episodes, with the occasional two-parter. Which I love. I love things being resolved at the end of the episode, and then we move on. Don't get me wrong, syndicated stories. Syndicated stories have been great for, like, actual storytelling in TV. But, like, I miss just standalone episodes. Okay, so that's good damage. We've finally done damage to him. Yeah, welcome in, Nelson. Good to see you. I feel like we've gotten a lot of quotes out of Shadow Hearts. Like, that's a good thing. You talk about something specific there, Nelson? Yeah, a series is definitely better for a book adaptation than a movie. Usually. Depends. All way of acting, cinematography, acting. A sense of time gone by, I guess. Yeah, I guess I think about stuff like that every now and then when I'm watching something. Like, how many of the cast members on this thing that I'm watching are dead now? Comics are a good way to add story to the series, but you can't expect everybody to just read comics. And I'm gonna say it right now, like, having Farscape's story continue through comics was not a good substitute. I don't want to read the comics. I want to watch the show. I miss Farscape. Where's Teak? Where's Teak to talk about Farscape with me? But yeah, like, you sit down and you watch Star Trek, the original series, and it's like, it was filmed and aired in the 60s. Most of the main cast are dead. Modern animated version. Yeah. Probably the best way to continue something like that. Like, there was the idea at one point of doing a Buffy the Vampire cartoon. And, like, I would have been down for it. I'd still be down for it. If they turned around and said, hey, everything after season 5 of Angel, not canon anymore, and we're gonna, like, do it in comics. Not in comics, in cartoons. We were watching Farscape recently, nice. I like Farscape. Oh no. Well, I'm somewhat concerned. You know, I'd got it in my head that if I just beat the old man that we'd get the Seraphic Radiance. It is. Farscape definitely walked that line between serious and goofy, and it knew how to balance it. Like, it was really good at both. Like, I love the serious moments, and I love the whole introduction of Harvey. And it's like, oh, Harvey is a neural clone of Scorpius, and he's genuinely scary. And that's great, and it gives Scorpius presence while he's not actually around, which is a really good idea. And then they deal with it, but Harvey's still around, and he's more fun now, and I love that as well. Rigel's great. It's such a good cast. Like, such a good cast, such a good set of characters. Wayne Pygram was absolutely fantastic. I still think the best way to do Tarkin in Rogue One would have absolutely been to just put Wayne Pygram in it again, and then touch up the face with CG. But that's a separate conversation. I already did it, Flame. It's on the archive. The real question is Max Payne 2 playthrough when? This is frustrating. This is the issue you have with single character battles in RPGs like this. Like I say, we did Max Payne. When would it have been? Like 2020? 2021 maybe? We did do Max Payne, like the first one. A session per part. And since then it's really just been a question of when are we getting to... It was last year. Feels like way longer. Was it last year? I'm sure I played it on Xbox 360. And last year, I'm sure it was available on backwards compatibility. On Xbox One. But the last update for that was longer than last year, I'm sure of it. '22, yeah. So, like, Max Payne 2 was definitely a question of, like, when do we get to that? Right. April. Yeah, not long after that would have been when I started the Devil May Cry playthrough with Ninja. I've got one session before my computer. Yeah. '21. What? Oh my god, you're right. Why? It's the end of RE4. It's the end of the professional run of RE4. Oh god. We legit don't have the first part of Max Payne. I must have uploaded the wrong thing and now it's just gone. So that's concerning. We're going to have to do Max Payne again at some point. That is so frustrating. Getting older, movements getting slower. Trying to buy sand from my hourglass, but Chrono wasn't selling any. Told me he doesn't play games twice while doing the 6th playthrough of Shadow Hearts. Crack appeared on my hourglass. This is my first ever playthrough of Shadow Hearts. Well, that settles it. We're going to have to do Max Payne 1 again before we do Max Payne 2. Yep, there it is. Huh. %, it. Nice. At least that's not a death. I appreciate that. Yeah. I don't know when we'll do Nocturne again. Chance and I enjoyed our playthrough of it enough that we did have a genuine thought of, like, doing every ending on stream. But, like, there's been a lot that's happened since then. The last time Chance and I streamed together was over a year ago. We were going to do hard type, but it turns out hard type does not work on actual hardware. First game you searched was Max Payne. Nice. I don't miss the setting up fusions and leaving until you get what you want. I will absolutely play HD for that, to get rid of that. When I first joined Twitch, the stuff I searched was mostly like Resident Evil 2. Definitely the original trilogy of Resident Evil. That's how I found Teak. That's how I found Ali. I think the next major search I did after that was Legacy of Kain, which was how I found Magic. Can we skip this? Primarily the speedrunners, yeah. Very early on, I adopted a policy of checking out the people with the least number of views. Yep. I first saw you in Teak stream. Darkest Dungeon. I've owned that for years and I've still not actually played it. The big issue we've got here is enemies that can do like maybe 250 damage per turn, and the best my healing items can do is 300. we'll run into the old issue again of having one party member in a fight just being like the worst. But yeah, I don't really search for people much anymore. Or like search for games. Like, I follow enough people at this point, and I can't watch all of them to begin with. Adding more people to that is just not going to help. Yeah. So, like, just as a thing though, like, become very close with a lot of the people I've met through streaming. Klim's definitely a good buddy of mine now, god damn it. Teak and I are pretty friendly. Chance is a good friend. Teak was showing me the other day, actually, that he'd set up a new thing on his stream that anybody can find if they type into his chat, "Where was Chrono?" So if you want a weird thing that Teak's done, type in Teak's chat, "Where was Chrono?" And Teak just does stuff like that. Like, there's the thing Teak did, when we were doing the New Year stream last year, and I was playing Castlevania and I was drinking, I had Teak with me. And Teak took a voice recording. No, it's just like, type it into the chat. Like, "Where was Chrono?" and then type anything out. Like, you could type, "Where was Chrono when the Westfold fell?" and it'll come up with, like, what Teak's set up with. "Where was Chrono during the Battle of 1812? Talking about games you never played. I find it's generally an area of interest for me to learn more about games. Sometimes I worry it's a hyper-focus. And then I kind of stop worrying about it, because what am I going to do if it is? But yeah, like, it was Chrono and Constantinople fell. But yeah, Teak took a thing I said, which was, about his penis being mistaken for a Major League Baseball bat. And he added that as a points redemption you can put on his stream. So I think it's like 2,000 points, and you'll just hear me say how big Teak's dick is. And that's how close we are as friends. On 3 separate occasions. I recorded a bunch more of those, like, stupid things like that for Teak. And I don't know if he's implemented them. Like, ones that Teak specifically requested. Implemented just recently, awesome. Never unfollowed or watched streaming like just because I don't play each other's games. Yeah, I think, like, definitely at the point now, the game gets you into it, into the streamer, but the streamer, if the streamer is someone you vibe with, the streamer is what you stay around for. And you'll watch games you've never heard of, games you don't care about, for the streamer. And I think that's the success. I think that's success in streaming. $44,000 points on my stream. 20,000 points on Teak stream because you know what to redeem. I'm on over 100,000 on Teak stream. It's why when I want to make Teak do a particular game in his backlog days, I can just spam it. But I think he's put the limit on that as... I think he's put the limit as that on as 10. You can redeem 10 backlogs per stream. $20,000, $24,000. You don't read books anymore. That's the only thing. Well, the read a line, it's not specifically about books. It's like just a line from anything. Like Lino came in earlier and had me read a line from The Big Lebowski, which I've still never seen. Only Chrono had a dirty mouth. Many women lament that. Absolutely not true. I would love if I had some pure extract. Play Castlevania once more, yeah. I took all the game redemptions off because I wasn't streaming enough for them. You didn't think much of it? You know, I felt the same way. Like, The Big Lebowski's like one of those legendary movies everyone's all, oh, it's one of the greats, you've got to see it. And people say the same thing about Caddyshack. And I finally sat down and watched Caddyshack a few years ago and was like, nah. Enough points to make you read the entirety of Tolkien's library. The Silmarillion will cost you extra. Nice, that's what she said, or D's nuts spin. I think the last time I managed to pull off a D's nuts was on Clem's stream. Like, I managed to get Clem with D's nuts, and that was kind of funny. I might have done it for Chance. I do a lot of dumb shit in Chance's stream. Chance will put up with it. That was a perfect. Yeah, he does. He really does. Goodness. I have something here. Yes, I will use this unless... I will remember I have an Eye of Ouroboros. Look who's back, bitch. Like next year, there's a good chance that I will... because we're doing only PS1 stuff next year. So there's a good chance of Castlevania Chronicles happening and doing like the full playthrough. And maybe if you're all really good next year, you'll get a playthrough of the original mode as well. And not just a range mode. SMT 1 on PS1 is probably going to happen. Revelations Persona will probably happen. You should stop. Sit into the atmosphere, ensuring complete global saturation. Yeah, Revelations Persona is a trip. Yeah, you can trigger it, and I think you need like an action replay to get to it properly. But there are parts of the game where you can start down the quest line for it and come across just gibberish because it is untranslated text and the text engine doesn't recognize the Japanese characters. But yeah, a very tentative plan, like very tentative plan, has been the idea of doing Revelations Persona for the Sebek quest. And then maybe some point in the future doing the PSP version or Snow Queen. Yeah, and that's why it's very tentative. Like, I will not guarantee that at all. Bearing in mind, I'm not super fond of Persona 1 to begin with. Yes, Flame? Possibly. Revelations Persona will come first. Genuinely frustrating thing about like going into P2 from P1 is that both the Sebek quest and the Snow Queen quest are canon. Yeah, I think it's like just straight up RPGs. I think Persona 2 is the best of the Persona series. Like, unequivocally. Not the most accessible, and like a lot of people will be put off by the fact that it's a hardcore dungeon crawler with honest to god shit dungeon navigation. But as RPGs, they're just genuinely fantastic. Yeah, but I can't just sit here and read the Persona 1 manga to you guys, can I? So much of the trouble in this fight is because I only have one character. No, I am not having Seek voice Rager. Or in the PlayStation 1 version, Chris. He's voicing Mark Payne, of course. Like his Bane dance crazy. Okay, if I have an item that'll just fully restore SP, that'd be good. Because if I can fully restore the SP after transforming into a mon, then I won't have to worry about SP for the rest of the fight. If it's going to take 74 turns, then I'm doing something wrong. Experiments with the whole concept of Receptor Shadows are used in for. Yeah, the concept really began with Persona 1 because of the, it runs on very Jungian philosophy. The idea that we all wear masks. And the later Persona games kind of run with that as an explanation of the personas themselves. The different masks we wear in every facet of our life. Our lives. But Persona 1 is just straight up, no, different facets of yourself. Most notably with Maki. No, I have nothing that is just fully restoring SP. Be true to your mind, yeah. Megami Ibukuro Persona. Like, this stuff I like in Persona 1, but playing it is just not one of them. And I'm hoping, like, if I hold on to that, Bunroku, right. I'm hoping if I hold on to that concept, that by the time I get to Persona 1 on stream, I'll actually be pleasantly surprised about how much I enjoy it. Because it's usually the opposite. Where I'm like, I really enjoyed this game when I was younger, and I finished the game and I was like, that was awful. Yeah. More than anything else, though, like, stop making Persona spin-offs. Crazy to think there was a time when, like, I and just people in general were excited for Persona spin-offs, like Persona 4 Arena coming out, and it was a big deal because it was like it was a Persona sequel, and Persona 4 was going to cross over with Persona 3, and it was a big deal. And it being a fighting game didn't matter. And then Dancing All Night came out, and then Arena Ultimax came out, and then Persona Q came out, and then Persona 5 came out. And since the release of Persona 5, we've had Persona Q2, Persona 5 Dancing, Persona 3 Dancing, Persona 5 Strikers, Persona 5 Tactica is coming out. And it's like, just not excited. Not excited for Persona stuff anymore. You've milked it. You've milked any goodwill you had out of it. And then Soul Hackers 2 was very clearly an attempt to try and make a more standard SMT game more in line with Persona. And that didn't work. You say that, Flame. But there isn't really a whole lot of mainline milking. Because like we've had what? SMT4 came out in like 2013. Four had a sequel, which meant it was the first mainline game to have a sequel since 1. Yeah, Persona 5, no, SMT5 definitely has a more anime aesthetic to it, and particularly, I haven't played a whole lot of SMT5, honestly. God knows when I'll get around to really doing it. But especially with stuff like the number of characters it introduces you to at the start, it's like, these are all your classmates and stuff, and it's like, cool, are we going to be forming social links with them? While previous mainline SMT games were very much about minimal contact before and after the apocalypse. There'd be characters that would recur, but even then you'd be looking at maybe less than 5-6 recurring characters that would recur through the game. And like, it's not necessarily a bad thing. Doing something new to reinvigorate the franchise can be a good idea. You say Digital Devil Saga is big on story. I disagree. I'd say Digital Devil Saga 2 is big on story. I'd say Digital Devil Saga 1 is really light on it, and like, it opens with a story hook. And like, okay, the junkyard, everybody turns into demons, investigate the Vanguard's base, fight Harley, and then after that, story takes a backseat very much so, for like 15 hours. And you've got 15 hours of like genuinely really good dungeon crawling, but that's the majority of that experience. And like Chance says, that Digital Devil Saga is probably the best place to go as like a bridging ground for fans of Persona and fans of more mainline SMT. And I disagree. I think the best place to go would be probably Devil Survivor. Or if you wanted to go more into the mainline SMT gameplay, Strange Journey. Because they both have a heavier focus on story and characters than a lot of the other SMT games. Like, Strange Journey opens probably more story heavy than SMT4 does. And it doesn't have that brutal barrier to entry that SMT4 starts with. I didn't do much of Devil Survivor Overclocked. I didn't like the voices. The original game wasn't voiced. I have an undubbed version of it that I might go with. I don't know, but if I play through Devil Survivor 1 again, it will be overclocked, because I'm not doing the original again. Because some of it is genuine bullshit, like the Jezebel fight. No, I'm not doing that again. Devil Survivor 2, I've no real interest in ever doing again. Fucking Devil Survivor 2 I have no interest in doing again, just in general. I genuinely enjoy Devil Survivor, and like I make no secret of like I have difficulty getting into turn-based tactical RPGs. Which is why I've not finished stuff like Tactics Ogre or Final Fantasy Tactics, despite my interest in doing so. But like I played Devil Survivor 1 all the way through twice, and I did like half of another playthrough. And it was my first SMT game. So when Strange Journey comes out with the same series name, I was very interested. The Rhino games, I've done a little bit of the first one. Part of the issue with both Rhino games is that the second one wasn't released over here. And the first one, for a long, long time, has been really expensive. So I did eventually end up picking both of them up. Both of them are imports. So both my copies of the Rhino games are American. And they're both sealed. I've never opened them. And at this point, I probably never will. At best, they'll probably sit on a shelf. But I'm down to do them for stream at some point. Probably emulate. As far as SMT goes, like, stream-wise, very little is off the table permanently. Not so much, no, my throat, I feel it building up in my throat again. Still feeling dizzy. Just don't move much. Yeah, very little's off the table in terms of like willing to stream SMT stuff. SMT 1 is on the table, SMT 2 is absolutely on the table, If is on the table, the first two Mega 10 games, Megami Tensei, Digital Devil Story Megami Tensei and Digital Devil Story Megami Tensei 2, I'd be willing to do, but only through the Super Famicom Remake compilation. No, it'll be easier to deal with if I just do this outside. Ultimately, nothing in that vending machine I wanted. Last Bible, not super interested in. Maybe do Last Guidance Special, which I think is the Game Gear version of the original Last Bible. But if I have somebody on commentary with it to get me through the monotony. Same with Last Bible 2. Last Bible 3 I'm genuinely interested in, but I want to play that on my own time first. I don't really have any interest in the Demi-Kids series. all the mainline Persona games I'd be down for doing. We already did Nocturne. I want to do Soul Hackers. If we ever get any kind of English release of Devil Summoner 1, like OG Devil Summoner, be it an official release or a fan translation, I'll be all over that. All the PS2 games, yes. We've already done Nocturne. There's 7 PS2 games. We've done 3.5 of them. So we've done Nocturne, we've done Digital Devil Saga, Digital Devil Saga 2. We're partway through Persona 3. And that leaves us with Persona 4 and 2 Raido games. Devil Survivor, yes, but Devil Survivor Overclocked. I might be able to be talked into Devil Survivor 2 Record Breaker. I want to do Strange Journey and Strange Journey Redux. SMT4. Apocalypse, probably the only way I'll ever get through Apocalypse is to stream. And same with SMT5. I appreciate that, Flame. I think the main one at the minute is Chance is adamant about wanting to do SMT4 with me. Because he's never done SMT4 before. You know what, we're going to take a quick break. SMT4 is genuinely worth doing, Flame. If you have a way of getting it, which legally in this country you can no longer pick up a copy of SMT4 because it was only sold digitally and the eShop shut down, and the 3DS is region locked. Like, if you have a way of getting them, I recommend doing it. Soul Hackers is old school SMT. You've seen Marsh's video on it. You'll probably know better than I will at this point, like what you're getting into with it. SMT4 is genuinely really good. Devil Survivor is good. It's really good. Strange Journey is really good. I think you played Strange Journey Redux. Persona Q, I didn't really enjoy Persona Q, mostly because I didn't enjoy the caricatures of the Persona 3 and 4 characters, where the characters, like, you play through Persona 3 and Persona 4, and the reason why those games are so well liked, or so well loved, is the characters are generally the characters are generally quite deep. They have meaning, they have purpose, they have character traits, they have character flaws, yada yada yada. Persona Q, the biggest problem with it is it takes basically every character in Persona 3 and Persona 4 and boils them down to 2 character traits, and that is all they ever talk about. So, like, Akihiko only ever talks about protein and training. Chie only ever talks about eating meat and kung fu. And by the end of the first dungeon, that is grating. So, the good news out of that was I played Persona Q, stopped playing Persona Q, but was like, I really enjoyed this gameplay, and I just bought Etrian Odyssey 4. So I started playing Etrian Odyssey 4, because Persona Q is really just Etrian Odyssey, but with a Persona skin on it. And Etrian Odyssey was so much more enjoyable. But yeah, aside from that, like, 4, Devil Survivor Overclock, Strange Journey Redux, Soul Hackers, if you have a way of doing it. But yeah, we're going to take a few minutes. Be right back. Hopefully we'll get this boss done quick enough. And maybe at least make a proper start on the final dungeon. So, don't go anywhere. back. I can't really comment on how easy it is to hack the 3DS. I don't know. I do know that after Nintendo shut down the eShop and essentially removed any way for people to purchase games directly from them for it, they still put out an update after that to patch exploits in the firmware. Think of that. Think of that what you will. Two hours. My biggest issue with the 3DS at this point, though, and it's been an issue for a while, it's less of an issue now because I have a computer that can probably run Citra pretty well. I haven't really put Citra through its paces, I'll be honest. But, like, the issue, really, that I have with it is, like, no real way, no official way for you to play the games on your TV or anything, so no actual way of capturing them. And the 3DS capture card stuff is iffy at best. You can find people online who talk about like a specific capture card installer on the 3DS, you gotta send your 3DS away. Whether or not they're actually installing them at the moment that you want it is a question. I know the guy in Japan who was doing it. His name was Kitty or something. Got hit like with a police raid or something. Selling like modified systems over it, which is a no-no in Japan. And a lot of the guides you see online of like capture 3DS footage without a capture card, you watch those and like watch them or read them, and what they're talking about is almost always like having the 3DS on a desk, having a phone on a mount with the camera pointing at it and capturing the footage that way. Strange Gen Redux. I think I dabbled a little with it, but the only thing I really gave a try was Super Mario 3D Land. Which always seems to have slowdown on the title screen, which is weird. No, that's not true, actually. I also used Ocarina of Time 3D for testing when Citra put out the update of having both screens in separate windows. Because with nowadays, like, okay, cool, we can just manually adjust the size of both windows and like make them work, customize your stream setup exactly however you want with it. Right. I couldn't get the stream to register both windows at the same time, so that was fun. Fire Emblem Awakening is genuinely good. People will hold it up as like a turning point in Fire Emblem in a negative way. Didn't end up well with either game, right. But like, people will hold it up as like a negative Fire Emblem Awakening. Because it's where they started like the emphasis on support conversations and the romances and having children, and like getting married and having children and then becoming units. But because of bad game decisions, I'm like, yeah, I figured that's what you meant. But that's all fine in Awakening. Awakening handles all of that fine. And having children with members of the army, like pairing up members of the army and having them have children, and having the children fight in the war, is all relevant to the story. Well, the kids will grow up. Like, that's the important point. I don't know how much of Fire Emblem Awakening's story you're aware of, so I don't want to spoil it for you. Like, the kid's grown up. But yeah, all of it is explained well and handled well in Awakening, and Awakening's just generally a good game with a solid plot and good gameplay. And is literally what saved Fire Emblem as a series. It was intended to be the last one, and then it sold super well. The issue you hear about with that is because Fire Emblem Fates did very much like a very similar thing with it. But it was all kind of turned up to 10. So like Fire Emblem Fates was 3 campaigns that were all sold separately. You can't actually legally buy the 3rd campaign anymore. Unless you go out and buy the special edition physical cartridge that has all 3 campaigns on it, which was always expensive, but now that it's the only legal way to play the 3rd campaign, has jumped up. But like, so you pay for 3 campaigns, which was always bullshit. None of the campaigns are all that great, honestly. It's one of the weaker Fire Emblem games because of that. But it also ramps up the waifu stuff, and has the whole thing of like, you can have kids with whoever you pair together. It's like your main character can have a kid with a particular person, and then other characters in your army can pair together and have kids. And then in that game, there's no good explanation for it. It's just like, yeah, you got married to this character and you had a kid, and the kid had to be sent off to a pocket dimension to grow up so they'd be safe in your enemies. Like, I'm sorry, what? Where did this pocket dimension thing come from? And why is the kid now old enough to fight? I'm doing so badly with this today. It's like, that's the big issue with Awakening. It's not great as a Fire Emblem game to begin with. It's fine, but you're paying for 3 campaigns, none of which are particularly good. For the sake of, like, none of them are good for the sake of having other alternate campaigns. And then it ups the waifu stuff. There were a few big controversies with it when it was originally coming out in the West. Like the one character who is scared of, I think there's a girl who's scared of men. And the way you initiate a romance with her is to get her a potion that makes her see you as a woman. And that was really iffy. There was the whole thing with the petting minigame, where you would just rub whoever you were having a support conversation with at your base. Which was partly taken out of the Western release. So, instead of being able to rub anybody that you have a conversation with when you level up the support level in the base, you can only rub whoever you end up in a romance with. And aside from that, What you get is, after you have the conversation that increases their support level, you get a weirdly detailed 3D render of them on the bottom screen that says thank you. And then leaves. And it's like, this was very shoddy. You probably should have just cut this out entirely, rather than just leaving that there, because it feels like something's missing. The whole thing was dumb. So if people talk about Awakening ruining Fire Emblem, what they really mean is Awakening introduced ideas and did them well, and then Fates did them badly. But Awakening's a fine game. You know, if you're into Smash, it can be good to play because it's where Chrom comes from, it's where Robin comes from, it's where Lucina comes from, and Lucina's a fan favourite. Alright, thanks for joining us, Flame. You take care of yourself, buddy. Have yourself a good day. And, play Shin Megami Tensei if. So do I. I also hope I get past this boss and maybe feel better. But don't forget to play Shin Megami Tensei if. No, just do one of the standard routes. Doing Akira's route means you'll have to play it twice. I mean, probably. But that's largely because Shin Megami Tensei if has one right companion, and the rest of them are pointless. Yeah, that's one of the wrong choices. Like, if you don't pick that one companion, you don't even get the final dungeon, like the actual final dungeon, which is so dumb. But no, If's a good game. If is like peak old school dungeon crawler. Yeah, the sister. We're never finishing this. Yeah, but I also haven't gotten anywhere yet. And, like, the real issue is the same as, like, most RPG battles that I really hate. In that we only have the one character. I always hate these fights. Because at best they're boring, at worst they're bullshit. Yeah, they should have let us bring Clemetta in there again. But it fits with the other fusion monsters. We beat this one on our own. Prove our strength to it. Excellent. I appreciate you sticking around, Flame. It's always good to see you. If I start doing regular attacks, they'll be more reliable. They'll do less damage, I'll have to restore MP less often though. Because I'll only be using MP to heal. Worth considering. I am gonna have to, like, finish that DDS New Game Plus run at some point. So I can actually show the fight. No guarantees we'll win the fight, but, like, show the fight. I'm glad Demi-Fiend is programmed to only use Diaharon once in that fight. Like I say, no promises on actually winning that fight. But I also hate... I also hate Grimilaka, Grimikala, generally. Like, whenever it shows up. Always a problem. And stupid elephant monster with its physical repel. I feel like we've gotten basically nowhere. We're spending too much time restoring MP. Yeah, restoring MP, restoring health, maybe getting an attack off, restoring health. So we're going to do this the old-fashioned way. That's like 300 damage. Yep. You say useless beam attack, but, like... Devil's Eye Beam? Like, if you get hit by that, that's genuinely embarrassing. Like, it's one of those attacks like that, or Yoshimitsu's Stab. Like, just, if you get hit with it, that's probably enough Tekken for the day. They're not even one-hit KOs, though. Like, they just do a lot of damage, but they have such huge wind-up. King's Grab Chain, ugh. I miss when I enjoyed Tekken. I just don't anymore. It was me, Austin. It was me all along, Austin. Wish Namco would do like a classic Tekken collection. And I suppose I mean by classic Tekken collection, just like Tekken 5, Tekken 3, maybe Tekken Tag 1, and like the actual pipe dream Tekken Tag 2. Bloody raw, goddamn. Honestly, I would not be surprised if we saw Bloody Raw make a comeback. Like, the concept's good. It's a good concept for a fighting game. It's Konami, god. I didn't know who owned it. Shinko machine. Erotic violence. I keep holding up the success of the Samurai Showdown revival as, like, the big reason why some of these companies should bring back their old niche fighting games. It's like SNK could have just kept doing only ever King of Fighters, and nobody would have batted an eye, but they turn around and like, hey, new Samurai Showdown, and it's actually good. And it's like, nice. Capcom absolutely should do that. Yeah, the samurai guy appears in Soul Calibur 6, doesn't he? In the Season 2 DLC, I think. Like, Capcom should absolutely see about bringing back some of their older fighting games. Like, for the love of God, do something other than Street Fighter. Like, do Street Fighter and another game. You've got the resources, Capcom. Just do Darkstalkers. Gladiator. Alright, here we go. Now, you know what the real one, the real return that we need is? Capcom versus SNK. Tatsunoko vs. Capcom is good, and like sitting down and playing Tatsunoko vs. Capcom, it's pretty solid. The issue with that is that's very specifically Japanese appeal. And it's like King of Fighters might not be ultra huge, but your fighting game fans know SNK. But really, like, I just think Capcom should make another Versus game. SNK just feels like the most obvious answer. It's fine, because we don't use sprites anymore, we use 3D models. But, like, we know Marvel and possibly Disney were just a problem during MVC Infinite's development. So, like, don't do Marvel vs. Capcom 5. Like, a versus game with SNK would be a good idea. Or, like, Capcom Fighting Jam 2, but do it right this time. And don't call it Capcom Fighting Jam. Bane's always clamoring for a Breath of Fire return. Capcom vs. most of King of Fighters. But to be fair in that regard, Flame, King of Fighters was most of SNK. Like, it's easy to forget these days, because King of Fighters first debuted like 20 years ago. 20, 30 years ago. But like, King of Fighters is the SNK crossover fighting game. So you talk about them taking characters from King of Fighters, a lot of King of Fighters characters come from elsewhere. Fatal Fury, Art of Fighting, Samurai Showdown. They could, but they're probably in a better position now to do that, because at the same time, a lot of the Capcom roster in the old Capcom Versus games was Street Fighter. Shigaro characters. Yeah, bring back Rock Howard. I think they brought back Rock Howard, though. No! I don't want to play this anymore. Yeah. I think generally though, the before Marvel vs. Capcom, I'm gonna say 2, but it's really 3. Like, a lot of the Capcom roster in the Capcom crossover fighting games was Street Fighter. Like, MVC2 did have a lot of other stuff, though. They had a bunch of Street Fighter, but they had some weird stuff. Like Star Gladiator. But, like, between the releases of MVC2 and MVC3, there were a lot of Capcom IPs that started that became something you'd want to see. So MVC3 gets to have stuff like that didn't exist before MVC. That didn't exist when MVC2 came out, like Phoenix Wright, the Devil May Cry characters, Beautiful Joe, Okami, Frank West. And, like, people criticize the Marvel roster in MVC3 as well. And I kind of get it. It was skewing a little closer to the MCU at the time. But they also had, like, solid standouts, and people forget that MVC2, for the most part, was recycled Street Fighter vs. X-Men characters. Like, a lot of X-Men characters were in there. And they'd done that for a while. Like, you go back to Marvel's superheroes, and it's like, cool, 10 characters. We have 10 character slots to showcase the best of Marvel. Why is Psylocke here? But yeah, I like Psylocke, but I wouldn't put her in my top 50 Marvel characters. I'd put her in my top 10 X-Men characters, though. For other reasons. War Machine is just pallet down Iron Man. Iron Man wasn't in MVC1, was he? Alright, let's do this. Like, MVC1 has such a weird roster. Just 2 and 3, yeah. I think putting Virgil in Ultimate Marvel vs. Capcom 3 is a good example, though, of not wanting the game to be taken seriously. If you approach MVC3, like UMVC3 as a serious competitive fighting game, you're not going to have a good time because it is broken. But if you approach it as a fun, casual crossover fighting game, you're probably going to have a lot of fun when you're playing the characters that you like from their own games or their own stories or whatever. And that's why the competitive scene too much. Why am I not beating this? Here's my Sunday best. That's another one for JJ. But yeah, like, you play UMVC 3 with friends, and like, you do it super casually, and you just have the fun with it, and you play with whatever characters and stuff. Like, MVC 2, UMVC 3, they're both a lot of fun. Even Marvel vs. Capcom Infinite is fun to play. Like, mechanically, it's pretty entertaining. It could be that I just need more levels. I should be stronger. Gambit and Jin. Really is a shame that you just can't buy these games anymore. Like, licensing is such a pain. You can't purchase the Origins collection anymore. Nobody able to purchase it for years. It's the same with all of them around that time, because there were a bunch of old license games that got digital re-releases on PSNX BLI around that time period. Simpsons arcade game, the X-Men arcade game, Marvel Superheroes Origin Collection, which had Marvel Superheroes and Marvel vs. Capcom. I feel like there was other stuff as well, but like, they're all gone. You can't buy them anymore. Marvel is one of the worst companies for stuff like that. Because there's a lot of good games based on their IPs that got some kind of digital release, but then the licensing contract ran out or something, and now they're all gone, and the physical copies run for so much because of that. Like, all the Spider-Man games on PS3, Xbox 360... that's Spider-Man 3, Web of Shadows, Shattered Dimensions, Edge of Time, Amazing Spider-Man 1 and 2. There was a Punisher game on PSN and XBLA. It was a multiplayer arena shooter. It wasn't very good. That is also gone. They put Marvel Ultimate Alliance, they put both Ultimate Alliance games on modern systems digitally, like on PS4, Xbox One, and I feel like they were up for like a year, maybe less, and then they were taken down again, and now you can't buy them anymore. Deadpool was released on PS3 60. The digital version of that was taken down. It got a re-release on PS4 and Xbox One. Digitally and physically. And then that was taken down. So now you can only get that if you buy the physical version, which goes for a lot now. The thing with that though is like it may not be entirely down to Marvel. It's just Marvel is the big licensing property that we're most aware of with it. And Activision had like a 20-year monopoly on Marvel properties in video games. So like with the exception of a few games here and there, like Marvel vs. Capcom and stuff, almost every Marvel game released between like the PS1 and the PS4 was done by Activision. The Hulk game, Incredible Hulk Ultimate Destruction as well. Ultimate Spider-Man. That was PS2, Xbox, and GameCube. Yeah, Wolverine's the first real boss. Because you switch between Spider-Man and Venom in that game, and at the end of the first Venom section, you fight Wolverine. And it is something I appreciate about that kind of thing, of like, yeah, here are other Marvel characters. Like, how many Marvel superheroes run around New York? So here are other Marvel characters that you're just going to run into. Are they significant to the story? No. Because they're probably doing their own things, but you're also, like, like maybe 100 plus superheroes in New York. Of course you're going to run across each other, especially during, like, the big events. Yeah, Human Torch appears early in the story and challenges Spidey to a race, and then the rest of Human Torch's appearances are optional time trial races. And it is one thing, and I brought it up when we did Spider-Man PS4. I think when we did it on PC with the mods. It's one thing that does kind of bother me about that, because it's not a small contained plot. It's a plot that's like, yeah, terrorist attacks across New York City. Okay, maybe the other heroes just aren't around at those times. How you doing, Teak? But, like, by the end of the game, there's, like, a genuine plague on New York. And it's like, oh yeah, the Avengers are out doing something elsewhere, and we can't have the Fantastic Four because Marvel is being pissy about Fox owning the rights to them in movies. And the fact that there's never even a mention, I turned it down. I will turn it back up. The fact there's never even a mention of other superheroes going around doing anything in PS4 Spider-Man during this period always struck me as weird, especially when you can go around and see stuff like the Sanctum Sanctorum, Alias Investigations, Heroes for Hire, Nelson and Murdoch. Like, it ends up being a little weird. Modern comics portray being a costume vigilante as a hobby or social club. Love, come on. Well, I can't all, but you don't risk your life on the streets to join a club, you do it because you have incredible mental torture. Yeah. I think it's a little more acceptable with some of the older heroes. Like, I love the idea that Spidey is close with the Fantastic Four. And, like, a bunch of the street-level vigilantes will have stuff like regular poker games with each other. Because the whole thing with the comics is they've met each other enough. And they run in similar circles enough. And especially the ones that go with a secret identity. Like, being able to be around people that you don't have to worry about that with could be relaxing. Yeah, the new generation that do it just because the older generation did it, because older heroes came together, and we've forgotten why they came together. They've just been together for so long that we take it as read. And it's like, yeah, but Spider-Man didn't start out hanging out with Wolverine. Mostly because Wolverine didn't exist. Somebody who wants attention, though. And it's stuff like a lot of people, or rather, I'm seeing stuff online about a lack of interest in where the MCU is going, and it feels like they're really pushing to rush towards a Young Avengers thing. And people generally don't care. Yeah, but you're weird, though. It's like, you can love the Young Avengers, but the way they're rushing towards it in the MCU isn't a good thing. Because, you know, they had the old Avengers around for like 10 plus years, and now the actors who play them kind of want to move on. And we're seeing the finite nature of anything like this, where you can't hold on to this concept for a long time, and it's amazing they managed to get to Endgame to begin with so few cast changes. Are going to be the mid-20s Avengers. Yeah, and then they'll just be the Avengers. It's stuff like, you look at the schedule Marvel put out of, what is it, like the next Avengers movie is supposed to be like Phase 5 or something. College Avengers. Just do fucking X-Men. And like, the next Avengers movie is going to be like the Kang Dynasty, and it's like, cool. But you've lost a lot of the heavy hitters, And regardless of the criticism we give comic books for never really growing and evolving and such, like, keeping these characters around happens and stays that way because they're popular. You've had to, by necessity, let a lot of these characters go. So you're going to end up with Avengers 5, where the cast of the Avengers is a bunch of characters that nobody really cares about. And it won't have the same wow factor as bringing the original Avengers together, because you already brought the original Avengers together. And I think it's probably going to be a case of, like, remember the Defenders? When Netflix did the series for everybody, and it's like Daredevil got 2 seasons, Luke Cage got 1, Jessica Jones got 1, Iron Fist got 1, and the Defenders happened, and the response was kind of meh. Remember the New Mutants? I remember that was supposed to come out, and then it didn't, and then it eventually just came out and nobody noticed. But, like, a lot of this comes down to, like, the MCU cannot be infinite. Sooner or later, they're gonna run out of characters, or they're gonna have to do stuff like recast iconic heroes because the old actors won't come back, or the old actors are too old. I think Flame specifically means the movie, the New Mutants movie. What was I saying? Like, because it's like, cool. Imagine they bring Robert Downey Jr. back as Iron Man, and it's like, how many times can you do that though? Say you come up with a plot line, and let's say for the sake of argument, it's fantastic. Let's say they bring Robert Downey Jr. back as Iron Man in a permanent way, and the result of it is actually genuinely fantastic. How many more movies does Robert Downey Jr. have as doing Iron Man before he gets bored, too bored to do it again, or he wants to do other stuff, before he's too old to do it? Because Robert Downey Jr. is not a young man. Or you end up, like, because they're doing the multiverse thing, and the multiverse thing could be a build-up to just recasting. Yeah, Robert Downey Jr. is not young. And, like, yeah, you've got Willem Dafoe turning around a fantastic performance as Green Goblin in his 70s. Well, that's not going to be everybody. And so you've got the alternate option of, like, they've pushed the multiverse, and the cynical a cynic will say the end result of that will be recasting iconic heroes as new people and saying they're from another universe. And then, even if that works, that buys you, what, like another 5 years? Secret War's going to be a reset, you think? I think... I think the best thing that they could have done post-Endgame, like post-Spider-Man Far From Home, would, like, the best thing they could have done would have been standalone projects. Yeah, they cast Evan Peters as, like, fake Quicksilver in WandaVision, from what I'm aware. Which is a fun meta joke, but I don't think it's going anywhere beyond that. What was I saying? Yeah, I think like it would have been better to, rather than saying the next big thing is going to be the Kang Dynasty, and after, like they had after Endgame, there was Far From Home, and I think they had Black Widow, and then Loki came out, and Loki is the first push to start working towards Kang. So there's not a whole lot of time to recover. And there probably should have been more. And so movie of Gambit. And like, so you've got the issue now of them very specifically introducing new characters with the intent that, like, the open intent that they build up to something new, to some new big universe-shaking event. And I think everybody should just have time to breathe. And maybe Disney Plus is the problem. Like, this push for them to... No, I genuinely don't. If you're gonna talk about that one thing I think you're gonna talk about, I've already seen pictures of it, because you can't avoid anything like that on the internet. Yeah, like, you're pretty sure, like, we're talking about the same thing. And it's like, cool, but also, they probably should have just had, like, their own standalone movie. Give a reason why that wasn't in previous movies, and we know why it wasn't in previous movies, but give an in-universe reason. They might, you know what, let me look up if there's an in-universe reason. But also, the Marvel's doing worse than the Flash on opening box office. Oof. Right, inspires to seek out other heroes and form a new group, which would be what you were talking about earlier. Alternate universe, yeah, okay. So I wasn't aware of the alternate universe thing. I was aware of, like, the other thing. I wasn't aware they got the actor back for it, though, which is nice. So, like, okay, fair enough, alternate universe, but it's the only way to explain that specific thing. Game nobody's going to have seen it in cinema though, because it's done so poorly. Which, like, that itself is crazy. I get Captain Marvel didn't set the world on fire as a movie. Villain plot, that includes Christopher Eccleston. I don't remember what Christopher Eccleston's specific plot was. Something about getting the ether and destroying Asgard, but, like, that's generic. But yeah, the whole thing of it, like, I think part of the problem with Captain Marvel was the timing of it. Like, it came out just before Infinity War. And it's like, okay. You know you need to see this because of Infinity War, but there's also such a short amount of time between this and Infinity War. Was that? Black Panther had that problem, that's why I never saw Black Panther. No, Captain Marvel was before Infinity War. Was it? I feel like the only movie they did after Infinity War, like between Infinity War and Endgame, was Ant-Man 2. This time with a girl. Because, like, the post-credits of Infinity War was like, oh, Nick Fury's calling Captain Marvel. Infinity War came out before Captain Marvel? That doesn't seem right. I thought the only movie that came out before between Infinity War and Endgame was Ant-Man 2. But now I'm trying to think of when the post-credit scene of Captain Marvel meeting the Avengers and asking when Nick Fury happened. I'm getting things confused in my head. But anyway, like, I think the timing of it was one of the worst parts. And following Infinity War, which is probably genuinely one of the best Marvel movies they've put out. So like following that with Captain Marvel, which was fine. Like, there's the obvious thing that you can't really overlook of the misogyny and the misogynistic comments that roamed around the internet going into Captain Marvel, but Captain Marvel still made a lot of money. Infinity War's your least favourite? That's fair enough. We'll be here when you get back, Flame. My take on Infinity War is that it works, mostly because it's the best of both worlds part 1 of the entire franchise. And like, the best of both worlds part 1 is one of the best Star Trek episodes because it doesn't have to resolve a goddamn thing. It can set up a seemingly impossible conflict. It can have the bad guys win, and then somebody else has to figure out how it's resolved. And it's like, Endgame is definitely a better follow-up to that kind of idea than Best of Both Worlds Part 2 was. And I'm never going to watch Infinity War again. I'm probably never going to watch Endgame again. Endgame, because it was an event, you had to be there, and I was there, and it's never going to match that again, and I don't really care besides that. Infinity War, because I feel like it's the kind of movie that's only really worth watching once. In the same sense that, like, Gran Torino is only worth watching once. Or, like, Phone Booth. Joel Schumacher's Phone Booth, I think, is only worth watching once. Stop Phone Booth in theatres. Oof. What was that, 2002? Joel Schumacher should have gotten, like, more after Batman and Robin. Batman and Robin wasn't his fault, and he'd already proven he could do good movies. Have you ever seen what Joel Schumacher directed after Batman and Robin? Let me double check my sources here. Yes. There we go. I'm specifically talking about 8mm, which came out in '99 and got negative reviews. Oh, my uncle works at Marvel. Roger Ebert liked it, though. Yeah, it's got Nick Cage in it, it's got Joaquin Phoenix, James Gandolfini, Peter Stormare, Catherine Keener. Man, young Norman Reedus. This would be like pre-Blade 2 Norman Reedus. Post Boondock Saints pre-Blade 2 Norman Reedus. Yeah, like, he went from Batman and Robin to 8mm, and 8mm is kind of harrowing. Yeah, Phone Booth is where he can't hang up or a guy will kill him. It's a good suspense movie. But it's absolutely one of those movies where you can only really watch it once, and it falls apart every viewing afterwards. Like a Christopher Nolan movie. That's not fair. That's really not fair. One day we'll finish this boss fight. Seven's a good movie. I forget who directed it. Was it David Lynch or David Fincher? Because I get them confused. Oh, is she in a dying pose? Yes, she is. Shit. Like, I get Lynch and Fincher confused. It was Fincher. So that would have probably been what he did before Fight Club then. I'm super concerned here because she's in the low health animation. But if I botch the healing spell that will full heal me, then... You know what, fuck it. Fruit of Yggdrasil, where is it? Don't botch this. Give her a big one real quick. That's another one for JJ. Yeah, Joel Schumacher... It's unfortunate that Joel Schumacher's primarily remembered specifically for Batman and Robin. This is the Seraphic Radiance. It's a god of some kind. Every time I do that, I get nervous. No, because we're going to absorb her and then use her powers. Come on. Just want to make a rule that enemies aren't allowed to have critical hits. Come on.
Success!
Got the soul of Seraphic Radiance. How much does that cost to summon? Thank you, Bam. Thanks for sticking around, Flame. It is 11:30. Only took us 3 hours. To be fair, probably closer to like an hour and 45.
Why do I worry so? I'm blessed with true friends, I have enemies to battle, and my body remains strong enough to face any challenge. Can there be any greater happiness than this? Do not waver. Forge ahead. The blood of the Harmonixer, the power of fusion. You've come this far since awakening, have you not? You're a man, aren't you? You must not halt your steps. When you choose of your own free will to halt your steps, that will signify true defeat. Go. Continue to place one foot before the other. For every man there is a resting place. Grit your teeth, and no matter what setbacks you may suffer along the way, continue on to that place. That is victory.
Voice acting in this game really is bad.
You've grown, son. That little boy that used to hide behind his mother's back when I came home has grown big and strong. Do you remember the garden you and I made for your mother in the backyard? I only wish I had had more time.
Weird thing there. Like, yeah, the final words, grow, be strong. You've come so far, keep putting one foot in front of the other. Remember the garden we did? But I guess that is everything. Very symbol of total annihilation. It has no element. Heavy non-class enemy damage and restores health. Also, that is creepy. I was not looking at that, that is creepy. Let's get out of here and save. Hey, Albert Simon, you want to see my dick? Joke's on you, I don't have one. Why is his crotch specifically producing an actual charge? Because he has electro dick. He is, after all, Devil Kazuya. You play that one sound clip of Kazuya. Like, yo! You know the one. Oh! But then put like the Tekken 2 devil filter over it. So, Bane, you said earlier, like, this is 100%, like, genuinely is this, like, 100% now? There's gotta be something I've missed. Like, something I've missed that we can't go back to. Are you ready? Are you ready? Here we go. Every major dungeon and fusion. Nice. It's to the point of no return. It's like, well, you know, you forgot this one. And at no point has Ninja joined to see that he is represented in this game as Ninjaman. Can't reverse his choice of ending. Has that already been chosen for me? Now you could do it in Kudelka, right. Ninjaman button. My actions are already determined, alright. So which boss was the super boss? Was it Seraphic Radiance? This is like the fourth recolor that we've already... Like, this is like the fourth recolor of this enemy that we've seen in this playthrough, Flame. It was Seraphic Radiance. Excellent. And I did it without grinding. Yeah, because the way the battle system works in Kudelka, enemies with guns were just a nightmare. Yeah, it's not often you see me doing RPG Super Boss. To be fair, if I'd done some grinding, probably would have been much easier. Like, as far as super bosses go, the most difficult thing of it was having to fight alone. If I didn't have to fight alone, would have been a lot easier. Flame, you know damn well that Demi-Fiend with grind is no guarantee. Like, I'm mildly curious to see what the lowest level someone's beaten Demi-Fiend at is. Because, like, the recommendation for that is, like, you grind to level 99, and then you grind the stat boosting items to put everybody to max stats. Like, it's grind, and then more grind. No, but Demi-Fiend's different, you know that. That was perfect. Nice. Yeah, Gaia Rage if it feels like he'll Gaia Rage if you have any immunities on except Null Sleep. Like, the process of getting to the point where you can beat Demi-Fiend itself isn't fun. And even then, the fight itself, like, relies so heavily on luck. To be fair, that's how I was when I was the Demi-Fiend. Right, so that's probably going to dispel specifically coloured barriers. So a fun thing for you guys, while we're just kind of wandering right now. He's using a slingshot. There's the possibility that we'll bring back point redemptions for games next year. And you'll be able to redeem specific games to play on PS1. Want to make a note to Teak that you don't have to redeem Luna Silver Star Story, we will be doing that. I reserve the right to refuse your votes. Or your redemptions. I also reserve the right to not finish those games. Because, I'm gonna be honest with you, Flame, I was genuinely debating just showcasing Kingsfield on stream. Because, like, we'll mention Kingsfield every now and then, and, like, I feel like it should be shown. Yeah. Again, Shadow Tower I want to show. I don't know if I'll do all of it. A large part of that is specifically my... like, just how jaded I am in general with Souls-likes. And just the entire concept. Who knows, though, it may hold my attention. No guarantee. Down for Wild Arms. I've been talking about doing Wild Arms for years. If I don't do Wild Arms next year, I'll be disappointed. Nice. You never know, Flame. You know I'm generally a good sport. Countdown Vampires is a no. But Countdown Vampires is a no because I've already done Countdown Vampires on video before. It's like, if you want to see me do Countdown Vampires enough, just watch that video. Because you ain't going to get much more out of a stream. I bought a lot of MP replenishing items specifically so I could do stuff like spam this. Yeah, feel free to throw out, feel free to throw out some suggestions. I don't like that. The only things that are truly off the table for, like, even just a single session stream are things that I've done before somewhere. There's, like, no Bubsy 3D. Because we showed off Bubsy 3D. We're climbing an alien... They call it a float. An alien float. How you doing, Star? We're also, like, this is also the final dungeon, so... I should use some of these. Tower of Babel, that's a good way of putting it. Arena to Shinden. Ugh. I think I can find a clip of a stream of me playing Battle Arena to Shinden. Inside Star? I feel that. Soul Blade. I feel like fighting games are just gonna have to be off the list, though. Probably worth noting, this is also a horror RPG, and there's been some pretty good horror designs. Yeah, I feel like fighting games, and maybe to some extent racing games, should just be off that list. I mean, Crash Team Racing has an adventure mode, but if I take them off the list to be redeemed, then that's probably fine. Vigilante 8. That does mean no Vigilante 8, because we're also, like, very unlikely to do Star Wars Demolition, which was done by the same developer. Oh, Rick seems interesting. Another name you see often. Hello. It's good to hear. I saw the trailer for it and I wasn't overly enthusiastic about it. Like, it looked good. My question was really just why call it Twisted Metal? And if the only answer you can come up with is for marketing purposes, then I don't consider that acceptable. Yeah, if they have the whole thing like straight up just have Calypso in there, I'm okay with that. And like Calypso is just straight up the devil, I'll be okay with that. Don't cut Calypso out. You know what? If I can get netplay or like some kind of online multiplayer going, so we can have like an X-Men Mutant Academy 2 tournament, I'd be down for Mutant Academy 2. Calypso is not cut out. Excellent, thank you, T. I genuinely enjoyed Mutant Academy 2 when I was younger. Used to play it with a friend. It was fun. Back in the days where you could unlock all the characters in fighting games with cheats. Which, I don't care what anybody says, having all fighters unlocked at launch is... even if it's just for multiplayer, is something fighting games should all have. You're in for bloody raw. Well, that's going to be a critique of it, then. But I feel like staying within the spirit... yeah, bloody raw too. I feel like staying within the spirit is monk earrings. Staying within the spirit of the idea, arcade fighting games that are on PlayStation, but you can play on Fightcade, should be absolutely acceptable for this. So we can do stuff like Tekken 3 online. Maybe Tekken 2. I have a soft spot for Tekken 2. Oh boy. We could do MVC. We could do MVC 1 because it falls within that set of parameters. Yeah, PS1 MVC 1 sucks, but we do the arcade version, and it's fine because it's on PS1. And we're doing it specifically for the sake of multiplayer. Because without that, there's no point in doing fighting games. But that opens up stuff like X-Men vs. Street Fighter had a PS1 port. Darkstalkers 3. Metal Slug X had a PS1 version, but... I'm pretty sure Marvel vs. Capcom 1 was on PlayStation. It got a Dreamcast version, but I'm pretty sure it was on PlayStation as well. And it was, like Blame says, like, not a good version. Yeah, because MVC 1 had 2 characters, the 2-character tag system, and MVC 2 and 3 had 3 characters. The PlayStation version only had 1. I saw this thing, I should have absolutely healed everybody. Not like it snuck up on me. Yeah, Metal Slug X had a PlayStation version, but I have already done Metal Slug X on stream. But yeah, with the Capcom fighting games of that era, I think the general consensus is they were better on Sega. So like X-Men vs. Street Fighter was better on the Saturn. I don't remember if MVC 1 was on Saturn, that might have just been Dreamcast, but it was better on Dreamcast than it was on PlayStation. Darkstalkers 3 is better on Dreamcast. Dreamcast had Third Strike.
Mother, give me power!
But Dreamcast didn't have Alpha 3. And I know it's not much of a comparison because between the two, who's picking Alpha 3? Still. What, Alpha 3 or Third Strike? Third Strike. It makes sense. I've always said, like, if I was going to learn any Capcom fighting game, like, if I was going to ever sit down and put the time into it, it'd be Third Strike. Like, the parry system is such a wonderful idea. I played a bit of Alpha 3 Max on PSP. It's a good version. The PSP was great for fighting games. The port of Tekken 6 on PSP was fantastic. I think the only thing it was missing was the scenario campaign, which was the worst part of Tekken 6 anyway. First encounter with Guilty Gear. Yeah, they had, I think by that point they were on the Accent Core games. Yeah. I first played Guilty Gear, I think on PlayStation, Guilty Gear X. Then I had Guilty Gear X2 Sharp Reload on PS2. then Guilty Gear Accent Core Plus on PSP, and then Guilty Gear Accent Core Plus R on PC. Accent Core Plus R did get a release on Vita, but it wasn't released in the UK. It was in the US, you just couldn't get it. Because it was a digital-only release and the Vita was tied to one account. I've not played Strive. And I don't think I'm ever going to, given how little time I've put into Xrd Rev 2. I want to play more of Xrd Rev 2, but I just have so much trouble focusing on fighting games these days. And it's a shame, because Strive brought back Testament, and I love Testament. Genuinely one of my favourite characters. I'd have to look to see what her outfit looks like now. %, boobs doesn't surprise me. Never really used Baiken. Like, my starting character was Soul Bad Guy, because of course it was. He's like the Ryu of the series. I tried to get into using Chip Zanuck, but I never really clicked with him. In Accent Core Plus R, though, like, I really ended up maining Slayer and Testament. Yeah, Soul Bad Guy's got a good design. I think, like, all of Guilty Gear characters' designs were genuinely really solid. And just the animation style of it was really good. Shit, someone with a rock. I never really vibed with Order Soul. The classic Soul, sure. But by the time Order Soul was around, I was like, let's do Slayer. Same reason I never really vibed with Ino. Eno? I've never been sure how to pronounce that. Yeah, I never really played Guilty Gear 1 until, like, years later. And even then I was like, let me check this out for the sake of the history, but not really get into it. So I think I played it on an emulator, but I have bought it on Switch, so I just own it on Switch. It's just sat there not doing anything. I can install Instakill. The Instakills are an interesting mechanic. Because ordinarily I'm like, no, this is not a good idea for a fighting game. But the difficulty of actually pulling them off, the circumstance of pulling them off, and like the way they're telegraphed, meaning that you have to genuinely be very careful about when you perform them to make them land. Like, it makes them like genuinely kind of a fun game changer. That's 2. Christ.
Give me power!
Let's not do that. Well, Ninja Min might be dead. Second one's an actual combo. Like a brutality in MKX. Oh, he survived. If I don't heal him now, Poison's gonna kill him on his next turn. I'm so glad Guilty Gear came back, though. Like, even if I don't have the time or focus to really play it anymore, I'm really glad that Guilty Gear came back. Because it felt like Arc System Works were just kind of done with it for a long time. When they put out, like, the 20 BlazBlue games. Man, pulling all that off together... Oof. But I don't use Order Soul, so it's okay. I know it's pronounced Blaze Blue, but the fact that they've spelt it BlazBlue means that, like, I'm absolutely going to call it BlazBlue. Moved on to Faust. Who did I want to get good with? Like, there was Chip Zanoff, but that never really happened. Wasn't Johnny, wasn't May. I'm confusing Baiken with somebody. The person I'm confusing Baiken with. Maybe I should have brought more tents. I don't remember. Let me look up the... Is it what it would have been in Accent Core Plus? I don't think even Accent Core Plus are. I think specifically Accent Core. Accent Core Plus are... Hey, that's not presenting the roster in a way that I like. Version differences, trivia. Why doesn't the Guilty Gear Wiki have a list of the characters that are specifically in? Milia. It's Milia Rage. So it was another woman. I was confusing Baiken with another woman. Which is funny because they look nothing alike. Alright, so I'm pretty sure I missed something. Yeah, with the hair as the weapon. And I never really spent the time with her that I wanted to. Faust was always kind of interesting. Zato 1 was kind of interesting. But again, never really spent the time with them. Nice. Oh, yeah, with Guilty Gear X, Guilty Gear ZX, very specifically, Slayer and Testament. And they didn't have Testament in Guilty Gear Xrd, so when I played it, I just played as Slayer. And now Testament's back in Guilty Gear Strive, and it's like, I'm not going to play Guilty Gear Strive, I know I'm not. I think what we're going to do is we're going to check this route that I think has opened. Then we're going to head back to where we just fought the boss and we'll save there and call it. I'm getting dizzier. We've gone for 4 hours though. 4 hours is a good time. We haven't made much progress, but we have made progress. Another PS1 redeem. Baroque. I don't think you'll have to redeem Baroque. I'm genuinely interested in doing it myself. But God knows if that's a game I'll play all the way through. It has gone, so I was right. Surely this is the equipment I want. Seriously? I keep getting coats, and none of them are for the main character. I'll throw them at me, Flame. Let's make this last few minutes interesting. Yeah, I'm genuinely fascinated by Baroque. Very curious. That game is probably going to play awful. Electrosphere, yes. Japanese version. Baroque, probably. Spider-Man, definitely Spider-Man 1. I make no guarantees about Enter Electro. PS1 version of SMT, yes. I'm gonna do that on probably RetroArch this time because it crashed for us on DuckStation. Persona 2. If I'm able to get through Persona 1, which I should do, then Persona 2 is on the table. Medal of Honor is an interesting pull, and I am not against doing those. Especially Medal of Honor Underground. Like, I'm down for those OG Medal of Honor games. No, I'm not playing Yu-Gi-Oh! Forbidden Memories. Like, not at all, I'm not gonna do that. I warned you about it. And you played it anyway. And, like, you only have yourself to blame. This was the 3 pathways, wasn't it? Yeah. But, like, I will not... Like, even just for fun, for a joke or anything, I won't touch Yu-Gi-Oh games before, like, 2004. It's like, they are not worth it. You know what? For the sake of at least one stream, I'm curious enough about the Maison hack for Digimon World 1 that I'm gonna say yes. But probably not any of the others. One day, though, I would absolutely be down with doing Digimon Story Cyber Sleuth stream. I wouldn't be against that. It was a fun game. I'm tempted to keep going, but I don't know when the next save point will be. Dragon Warrior 7, specifically, the PS1 version, yes. I want to do that. The legendary PS1, like, 150-hour RPG, yeah. Genuinely interested in that. And Teek's already done it, so I don't have to worry about spoiling it for him. Digimon World is broken, which is why I'll only look at it with the Maison patch, Maison hack, which apparently makes it a lot more playable. I assumed you'd left because you missed us talking about the Maison hack. Well, now that you've gone to get dinner, we're going to have to keep going, aren't we? Alright, next save point. The verdict on Forbidden Memories was no. The verdict on any Yu-Gi-Oh game released before 2004 was no. Absolutely not. I warned you. And you chose to play it. You chose to play it all the way through. And I think at that point, that's on you. Not even Fire Emblem Yu-Gi-Oh! No Yu-Gi-Oh games made before 2004. No Capsule Monster Coliseum, no Duelist of the Roses, no Dungeon Dice Monsters, no Spirit Traveler. Nothing. Oh, Die Hard Trilogy 2. Ugh. That's like maybe one session thing. Die Hard Trilogy 1, sure. Can't guarantee I'll complete it. Die Hard Trilogy 2, oof. That's an oof. That's a hard oof. Apocalypse is probably a yes. Fifth Element is a no. On the subject of Bruce Willis, and he brings up the Fifth Element. Always bring the worst first. Urban Chaos is an interesting pull, and I don't have any real reason not to. Because you want to try and guilt me into doing things that you've suffered through. Yeah. Urban Chaos is interesting. Like, we do Urban Chaos. That then also frees us up to do Urban Chaos Riot Response, the PS2 sequel. Urban Chaos Riot Response, the PS2 sequel that I don't think is actually connected. That was actually Rocksteady's first game. Oh, the music's changing. And, like, I've played Urban Chaos Riot Response before, and it's pretty good. I do not think I have the strength for a teleport mage right now. I'm probably going to end up calling it here. But what we'll do is we'll keep chatting while what's-his-face Flame eats. Final Fantasy Tactics, yes. Mega Man X, no. Because I haven't done Mega Man X2 or X3. Special Forces. Oof. I recall, because I have beaten Special Forces as a child. Like, I recall Special Forces has an infinite health code. I don't remember if it's a code you can just put in, or if it's, or if it's like an action replay code. But if I can get that code, and we just play through Special Forces without worrying about dying or anything, and then yeah, maybe we'll play through all of Mortal Kombat Special Forces. During the mecha-chrono stream, he plays the Mortal Kombat games other streamers are too cowardly to play. Fear Effect? Absolutely no issue with that. Final Fantasy IV? No. And Final Fantasy IV isn't because of my general dislike of 4. I could stream all of 4, and I probably will someday, but not the PlayStation version, god no. I think the only mainline FF game we're going to do next year will be the first one. Final Fantasy 1 on the Origins collection. Blood Omen and the Soul Reaver were definitely intended, yes. That series will go Blood Omen, Soul Reaver 2, Blood Omen 2, Defiance. Tenchu is likely. The first Tenchu is super rough. And we did start Tenchu 2 years ago. Nightmare Creatures is yes. We did start Tenchu 2 years ago, and I intended to do it all the way through. And I did the first 2 levels, and I did the second level perfect. Did not get spotted at all, killed everybody, got to the boss killed me before I could lay a finger on him. So it was like, well, fuck that. So Tenchu, I have stated in the past, like, we go back to Tenchu, and it's probably going to apply to Tenchu 1 as well. Like, we're going to do the levels, but then we're going to save state before the boss. Because Tenchu's combat is awful. And, like, sure, it's a stealth game. The point of it is that it's awful, so you don't have to do it. In the levels, sure. In the boss fights where they force you to, no. Siphon Filter's probably a yes. Jumping Flash. Jumping Flash would be neat. Castlevania Chronicles is probably going to be a thing. Most likely a range mode, but like I said earlier, if you guys are very good next year, maybe I'll do original mode as well for you. Come watch the mecha-chrono stream. He plays the Castlevanias Teak was too scared to play. Which is absolutely a call-out. Duke Nukem Times Kill is interesting. Maybe. Because that gameplay style, I'd rather play Tomb Raider first. And that's like Tomb Raider 1, Tomb Raider 2. Maybe after those. Land of the Babes would be after Time to Kill. If we do that. Should have said Land of the Babes first. Land of the Babes came out after Time to Kill. Yeah, it's not as good. But the opening track is better. Like, Hush It by Static X. It's a better song. The real question. Armored Core. Oof. Do we dive into the FromSoft PS1 library? Like, that's a it's a bit of a sticky wicket. I'm gonna say not likely, but I'm not gonna rule them out. Like, as far as FromSoft goes, I'd rather do like a single section of Kingsfield and then like have a proper look at Shadow Tower on stream. 102 is absolutely yes. I've been meaning to do that for years. Rayman, yeah, like Rayman's going to be a nightmare, but Rayman's a yes. Not Rayman 2, because I would rather do a different version of Rayman 2. Yeah, I've been meaning to do 102 for years. 102 is definitely happening. I like 102. No, Teak didn't play Alundra 2. Teak played Alundra because I redeemed it on his backlog and then told me that it wasn't a good game. So I don't think Teak has any interest in touching Alundra 2. Which is a shame, because Alundra 2 fixes the big problem Teak had with Alundra 1, which was the platforming. Because it's now a fully 3D game, you can move the camera. So the platforming is not bad because of perspective anymore. Audacity, indeed. I like Alundra. But I will say, though, like, watching Teak go through Alundra, every now and then there's a thing of, like, I want to do Alundra again. And then watching Teak go through Alundra, I was like, I don't think I want to do Alundra again. I love that game, but oof. See, Teak coming in here with his bad opinions. Mega Man Legends? Yeah, probably. Not likely to do Legends 2 next year, though. I am breaking these. I'll be waiting for you, Flame. I think you probably have to fight Clem through the door. Which would be funny. I'm not putting a number on it. I'm really just making an idea of the PS1 games that are definitely something I'll say yes to. And we'll go through them and we'll do as many of them as we can throughout the year. We already did Medieval. Did that in 2 sessions. We have quotes from the Medieval stream. That was the year before last, I believe. Do you have a list in your hand? Yeah. Yeah, generally, outside of RPGs, a lot of PS1 games don't actually take that long. A lot of them are doable in like the space of 2 or 3 sessions. The RPGs are absolutely longer, but that's RPGs for you. No, I'm not going to play guys, Gods Bless the Arena. No, we're not going to do Silent Hill again, because we already did Silent Hill. And I want to avoid doing games that I've already done before. So it's why Horrorween's probably not going to happen next year, because we did all 4 Resident Evils on PS1. We did Silent Hill. What's left that's of any value? Parasite Eve, but I'll do that whenever. Fear Effect, again, I'll do that whenever. Fighting games generally are just going to be off the table, Teak. Make use of one of my multiple Batman and Robin copies. There are no good Batman games on PlayStation. And it's funny because I think aside from Batman Forever the arcade game, which is terrible, the other 3 Batman games on PlayStation are amongst like the worst PlayStation games. Batman and Robin, Batman Gotham City Racer, and Batman Beyond Return of the Joker. All just... Well, Batman and Robin, we could do Batman and Robin within, like, a group of things, like, within one single stream, where we're just taking a look at games that I am not going to spend much time on. Because, let me tell you, if I'm going to sit here and stream all of Batman and Robin, you guys are going to hate it. Tomorrow Never Dies is a maybe, The World Is Not Enough is a probably. Yeah. I'm down for The World Is Not Enough. I've still never done the Nintendo 64 version. Suikoden is most likely yes. The only other Bond game on PlayStation is 007 Racing. That we might look at. We're not likely to do it all the way through. The Quake 2 port is definitely something I'm not against doing, because the Quake 2 port on PS1 is genuinely really cool. Galarians is very unlikely, I'll be honest with you. Alien games. I am not playing through Alien Resurrection. Like, not at all. That game is not fun. Trilogy is also unlikely. Resurrection's super cool. From a technical standpoint, from a design standpoint. Resurrection's absolutely fascinating. Argonauts doing some absolutely peak work on the PlayStation. It's just not fun to play. Really a shame Nintendo screwed them over with Star Fox 2. Cancelling Star Fox 2 and then putting a lot of the ideas from Star Fox 2 into Star Fox 64. Strider 2, probably also Strider 1. They're a dual pack. Like, if you get Strider 2 on PlayStation, it comes with Strider 1, but the discs are misprinted. So the one that says Strider 2 is Strider, and the one that says Strider is Strider 2. Yeah, I'm down for Strider. Strider's good. I'd like to do Tomba 2 all the way through. I don't want to do Tomba, but I probably will suffer through it. The Spyro games, the Crash games I've not done. Come from the demo discs. Yeah, I get that. Command and Conquer. Oof. I'm gonna say not likely, because if I'm gonna do the Command and Conquer games that are on PS1, I'll probably do them on PC, because they remastered them and packaged them together on PC. The original Command and Conquer and Red Alert. Fun fact: the remaster collection of the original Command and Conquer and Red Alert on PC uses the PS1 live-action FMVs because they were encoded at higher bitrate, so they looked better on PlayStation than they did on PC. Yeah, I also had the Ape Escape demo and it was like, you can't play this, you don't have the right controller. It was like, what? Yeah, Command & Conquer, if I ever do Command & Conquer, is probably going to be on PC. I would just pray for the day where EA will do a second Command & Conquer Remastered collection so I can play Tiberian Sun again. Like, Tiberian Sun was the Command & Conquer I grew up on. Love Tiberian Sun. That was probably the first place I saw Michael Biehn. Spice! Honestly, Command & Conquer would probably, if we do Command & Conquer, would probably be in release order of the two main series. It's like, it'd probably be Command & Conquer, then Red Alert, then Tiberian Sun, then Red Alert 2, then Command & Conquer 3, then Red Alert 3. And then the series ended. Independence Day, oh. The main thing that sticks out in my mind about Independence Day is it was the first PlayStation game AVGN ever did. Independence Day is probably a no. But there's other stuff that you could find that's probably more interesting. Rainbow Six is a no. Like, not at all. If Night Dive came out and remastered the original Rainbow Six and gave it modern controls and everything on PC, it would still be a no. Like, honest to God, it would not happen. Is Hexen on PlayStation? I know it's on N64. Ugh. Hexen. E1. It is. Hexen is on PS1. Developed by Probe. VR missions is interesting because, like, I'm down to do it, but do not expect me to finish it. Because there's like 300 VR missions, and they get really, really difficult. Developed by Probe Entertainment, has FMV scenes, Red Book audio music from the PC version, non-multiplayer mode. The scripting and animation is slower. Enemies only have the front sprites, like Doom on Super Nintendo. and lack gory deaths when attacked by strong hits or weapons. The frame rate is slower. Why would I play the PS1 version of Hexen? Although all levels are present in this version, that feature the correct layouts, the architecture details are somewhat simplified, and there is some loss in overall lighting quality. The port is based on a beta version of the original PC version of Hexen, as many gameplay tweaks are shared, such as a simpler level design and the fighter's weapon being weaker compared to other versions. Honestly, if I was going to play a console version of Hexen, it would probably be the Nintendo 64 version. Nuke Total Meltdown. Clock Tower... Oof. I feel like the only way we're doing Clock Tower is if I do it off stream beforehand, so I know where to go and what to do. Like, just fresh in my mind. So that's probably not going to happen. Well, if we do Duke Nukem Total Meltdown, then we can't do Duke Nukem 64. Funny you mentioned that, Zeke. I picked up Forsaken Remastered yesterday. I think it was on sale on Humble. And it's like, oh, here's another Night Dive remaster. That's kind of just a guaranteed buy for me. The only exception to that is Blade Runner. Oh, monkeys. I don't know what that is. Wait, do I know what this is? The sequel to the Neverhood. The future is Forsaken. No, I played through. I picked up Forsaken. It was on my Steam wishlist. Because it had been remastered by Night Dive. I don't really know anything about it. But, Night Dive remastered it. Generally, probably a good game. Made better. Skull Monkeys met with mostly negative reviews. The game's visual style, particularly the unique claymation format and the imaginative backgrounds, were almost universally lauded by critics. However, most found the monotony of gameplay with little variety and constant recycling of ideas in the level designs far outweighed the pleasing presentation. Huh. This is funny, because, like, Wikipedia says it met with mostly negative reviews, and the score listings that it have next to it are, like, game rankings, 80%. All game, 2 out of 5, alright. Edge, 7 out of 10. Electronic Gaming Monthly, gotta remember that's a different magazine from EGM. Electronic Gaming Monthly, 7.75 out of 10. Famitsu, 26 out of 4. Okay. Game Informer, 8.75 out of 10. Game Fan, 92%. Game Revolution, A+, A-. GameSpot, 5 out of 10. IGN gave it a 6 out of 10 in 98 and then re-reviewed it in 2008 and gave it an 8 out of 10. Next Generation gave it a 2 out of 5, and then Official PlayStation Magazine gave it a 5 stars. But it's like, is it bad or not? Because you say it got mostly negative reviews, and then most of these are like genuinely positive scores. Little Big Adventure I'd be curious about. Little Big Adventure is a game that I only have experience on in a demo disc. Old Alone in the Dark, probably not. Maybe the New Nightmare? Well, honestly, probably not Alone in the Dark, One-Eyed Jack's Revenge. But the New Nightmare I wouldn't be against giving like a proper full shot. I don't need to specifically do that on Dreamcast. Xena Warrior Princess? No, probably not. And I'll say this, like, I'd be more likely to play a Xena game than I would a Hercules game. So, when I say Hercules, I mean the Kevin Sorbo Hercules TV series, not the Disney Hercules game on PS1, which is supposed to be great. This is traded back in the day. Isn't that kind of just like the story for you of like a lot of your old games, Bane? Because I know you said that about a bunch of other stuff. Yeah, one thing I definitely want to keep doing would be the demo reel, which was primarily PlayStation demos anyway. Like, I managed to find a repository that had... How many... Hey, let me look up the file, the folder. Rugrats, Dark Forces, and Syndicate Wars. Oof. But yeah, I managed to pick up 108 demo discs. Like, specifically European demo discs. You know, I'm not against doing Rugrats Search for Reptar. The issue with it is I've had trouble finding a working ROM of it. And I don't remember if I ever actually picked it up again. As a collector, it's a traumatic thing, but you know. But yeah, I managed to find a repository online that just had, like... It's demo discs from magazines that were published by Future Publishing. And I don't remember specifically what the demo, like what the magazine, PlayStation magazine they published at the time was. PSX magazine, maybe, I don't know. But like, we did one session of them. OPM. Right, thank you, Ben. We did one session of them, and like, it's the demo discs, as I remember. It's like finding US demo discs, not so much of an issue online. Finding European demo discs was the issue, and those are the ones that I grew up with that matter to me. So I found a repository of like, I think the entire run. Like, Future Publishing published OBM for PlayStation, and they put out 108 magazines with demo discs, and I got all 108 demo discs. So like, I'd like to return to the demo reel, specifically doing those next year, and we can also use those for the sake of like, here's a game that looks interesting, that seemed interesting, that we'll give a shot, a full shot. Isn't DuckStation not being worked on anymore for PC? Or am I thinking the Android version? I know one of them, the developer just stopped working on it. And I think it's the same guy who did Aether SX2 on Android, which is a genuinely astounding PS2 emulator on Android. And it's a shame he stopped working on that because it was fantastic. Like, so ridiculously well optimized. Not perfect, but with how young it was, like, the amount of stuff it could do was amazing. Still getting updates on DuckStation? I've not been. Maybe I'll have to look into that. I feel like it's been long enough for Flame to finish his food. And I get the feeling you guys are excited about the year of PlayStation next year, the 30th anniversary of it. I'm gonna have to come up with like a proper name for it. Well, I feel like you guys are generally excited about it and the ideas and the stuff that we could do. I hope demo reel interests you guys because I think the demo discs are genuinely interesting. And the policy is we go through the entire demo disc, all the games, all the videos. Fanboy, yeah. It's not even fanboying. It's just like the idea has been there. And I think when I originally brought it up a few years back, the idea was specifically like, what if we did like a month of GameCube games? But then it was like, a month is too short. What about a year? But a year feels really long. Like, it was originally GameCube, and like, you try and pull up enough GameCube games to last you a year. Millennial nostalgia. Honestly, part of it is a challenge for me. Like, stick to PlayStation, don't get distracted with anything else. Like when we did the beat Final Fantasy VI in the space of a week. It was a fun challenge, something like that. That's really most of what it is. And since next year happens to be the 30th anniversary of PlayStation, it's like, we can just say it's for the 30th anniversary. It's not really, but we can say that it is. Like, it genuinely does not matter. But I think it'll be a fun challenge, and we could do some interesting stuff. There's a lot of stuff on PlayStation that I want to do anyway. Only doing PlayStation games on stream for a year frees me up in my personal time to be a little more active with what I'm playing, because a lot of the time on streams, or just like in my personal life, I look at a game and I'm like, I want to play this, but I'm also like, I don't know if I'm going to stream it soon, so I don't want to play this and then be like, oh, I want to stream this, and then get burnt out on it very quickly. But with us only doing PlayStation games, that frees up so much for me to just be like that, because we're not, if we do PlayStation games all year, we're not doing anything else until 2025. It gives me a year to do stuff like that. I appreciate that, Flame. I do appreciate that. We'll see. We will see. Currently, I don't have any plans for joint commentaries with anything. But that's because mostly this is just a pipe dream that we're kind of just bashing into reality. Anyway, I want to... It's probably time to call it now. I want to thank everybody for joining the stream. I always really appreciate the support. Big special thank you to everybody in the chat. Chat is always the best part of the stream. 1 month left to bully chances at playing Strange Journey. That's not happening. Chances of beating Strange Journey in 1 month. Commentary with viewers' PS1 favourites. That could be a good idea. Timing would be the important thing to work out. But that's an interesting idea, Bane. Definitely something to make a note of. Definitely something to make a note of. Kane's plans to have me play Sarah Scarlet. No, the way that would work would be like, I'm doing this game, I know you really like it, do you want to join me? It's not, hey, you want to join me on this session and we'll play a game that you want me to play? No, that's not how that's going to work. Bane got his 15 minutes of Terrace Carsey, and he'll have to be happy with that forever. Yeah. What's more with feeling? No Forbidden. There will be no Yu-Gi-Oh! But we're never playing Yu-Gi-Oh! Again. What we'll do instead is we'll do Digimon Card Battle. No fun allowed. Not in Yu-Gi-Oh! Streams, there isn't. Kick you while you're on the floor. Yeah. Good times. But yeah, like, it's a good idea, and try and work it out with some shorter games so we don't just have, like, okay, you're going to be with me for 13 weeks while I play through this RPG. Because while that is fun, generally, I generally enjoy doing it, it's also very demanding on people's schedules. Yeah, like, do it on non-RPGs, like I say, a lot of PlayStation games are, like, at most 10 hours. Like, you think back to some of the biggest PS1 games you played that weren't RPGs as a kid, and stuff like Spyro 3, and Spyro 3 felt huge. Spyro 3 is also doable in, like, 7 hours casually. Anyway, that is going to do it for us today. Once again, I want to thank everybody for joining the stream. I always really appreciate the support. Big special thank you to everybody in chat. Chat is always the best part of the stream. Bane, Teak, Flame, Nelson, Star. I think that was it. Lino, we had Lino in the chat. Never want to forget him. Lino was a bro. Absolute class, dude. Hour and a half of that one asshole boss fight. That's RPGs. Like, you play RPGs like this, and it happens. Like, what was the last time we did something like that? Because I love playing RPGs, but streaming RPGs I feel can be quite tedious for people. And a lot of it can be kind of mindless, especially if you're grinding something. So tangents are what make the RPG streams live. They're the lifeblood of the RPG streams. Oh, you're playing System Shock now, Flame. And you don't ever have to go back to Yu-Gi-Oh! So if you do go back to Yu-Gi-Oh! I will have no pity for you. Because that will have been your choice that you made twice. I want to go lie down. See, this is why I always feel justified in, like, you play one Yu-Gi-Oh! Game, and you work and build the deck that you want, and then every Yu-Gi-Oh! Game after that, I feel you are perfectly justified in cheating to have the cards you want. And I say that with zero shame. I don't give a fuck. You could be like, oh, but what about playing with different decks? It's like, yeah, but usually the starting decks are just garbage. And what you get for them are garbage. And what you get in the booster packs for a long time is garbage. At least Legacy of the Duelist Link Evolution has the interesting thing of you play through the card games that happened in the anime series. So you have decks that were canonically won with, which is weird in the first season of Yu-Gi-Oh! Because that game had no rule. Dungeon Dice Monster. I'm doing that. Yeah, but I've done my time with Tag 4. We're not getting on a Yu-Gi-Oh! Tangent, because then we'll just keep being it, and Flame has finished eating. But yeah, no Yu-Gi-Oh! Next year. Many other things, though. And we won't play... Flame call it. We won't play Urgai's Gods Bless the Arena because that's not the name of it. It's Urgai's God Bless the Ring. Which we still may not play. But yeah. Shit. Maybe. I don't know. Maybe. I've never properly spent time with it. And I know if I ask Bane, he'll lie to me and say the dungeon mode is actually real. But yeah. Not really anything else to say, except thank you all for watching. Have yourselves a fantastic time of day. And yeah. Catch you next time, guys. Bye.